Hail, you dicks! Siegfest Sieglove. So many months. Wowzers.
Yes. Sorry, I was fixing some shit. Well, fixing. Getting shit running. And I think I may have done it. I may have done it. Oh my god. I think we're ready to go.
Oh, yes, y'all. What is up, everybody? How we doing? Let me get on camera here. I suppose I better get on screen. What's up? How we doing? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Zego the Third, and I forgot to do this. Let me pop that out. There we go. All right. We're going to be playing Blade from 2000, PS1 today. I have it right here. Look at this. Oh, don't look at that. Look at this. Hold on. Here it is. Right here. Let's see. Let's see. Open it up. There we go. Oh, hell yeah. And it's, of course, cheap as I could get it. There it is. Disc only. Oh, shit. There we go. Blade for the PlayStation 1. Oh, yeah.
Zeekpog.
That's what we're going to be playing today. Look at that. Oh, yeah. That black back. Woo! That's some old school shit. Hell yeah. What are you playing on a PS1? No, I will be playing it on an emulator since I own it. Since I own the PS1 and I own an emulator, or I own the game, it just works better if I emulate it. So that's what we're doing. Oh, don't show the back of the disc. Someone might steal the data. That's probably fair. That's probably fair. Yeah, I was a little bit nervous today because I forgot that I have all the stuff set up for PS2, but I didn't have anything set up for PS1, so I had to go look, find some shit. I found some shit. Gonna be doing some Duck Station. Duck Station today.
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
Hell yeah, that's our fucking alert for today. Perfect. Thank you, Scott. Nice work, buddy. I didn't change the game command yet, so let me do that. Let me go ahead and change this. There we go. Yeah, perfect. Updated.
Hi, my name is Gold. My name is
Batman. There you go. Batman. Batman is here. There we go. Okay. Now I booted it up. I tested. I mean, I booted it to the PlayStation screen. I didn't boot up the game, but it should be all right. Everything seems to be cool. Seems to be working. What's crazy is I followed Gas Mexican a month before you in 2014, and look where we are now, White Buffalo. It's been a hell of a ride, huh? A hell of a ride. Or 2000, did I say 2004? I meant 2014. Yeah. That makes a difference. Yeah. Zeke, did you know that in rare case, a woman's period can last up to 3 weeks, given that I did something to upset her 3 weeks ago? Yes. Yes, I am acutely aware of that. But, oh, here's the weird thing that I wanted to show you guys. Okay, so this is the game category, right? I looked it up. I actually looked it up on Internet Game Database. And I know it's there. But I put Blade in here. And it is nowhere to be found. Like, I scrolled so much to try and find it. If anybody wants to try and find it and let me know how far down it is or whatever, but like, holy shit, I could not find it. Yes. And guess what comes up? Blades of Steel, NHL Blades of Steel, and then Blade 2. The 1997 one, it's for the Amiga. For the Amiga. Is it even, I don't know if it's even the same IP. Nope, Blade the video game. Blade from 1997. Well, that's before the movie, because the movie came out in 98. So it can't be that one. It cannot be that one. I looked on the Internet Game Database, Liege Lion, and I found the top response was a port to the Game Boy. And then if you scroll down just a little bit, like, I don't know, 8 or 9 games down, you can see it. Yeah. See, you can see it. It's right here. This is it. So I know it's in the Internet Game Database. I know it is. But I can't find it in the categories, even though the Twitch categories pull directly from this. So it might be in there somewhere. I mean, I could just put us in the retro category. That's the other thing I could do. But if I do the Blade 2, at least you got Wesley Snipes on the front. Well, you got Wesley Snipes on the box art. I just have to tell people, like, this isn't 2, this is 1. Were the prices particularly high for the game? No, I think it was like maybe 30-ish all told with shipping. Between 30 and 40 all told. For the disc only. I look for the cheapest one, because all I have to have is a physical copy of the game and a PS1, which I have both now. And then I can emulate it. Yeah, and I scrolled through all of this shit, and I could not find Blade 2000 at all. So I think that's the best we're gonna get. Of course I do, Cosmic Blip. Of course I do. I ripped it off of my own PS1. That's how I got it. Oh, no, it just says. Maybe remind Zeke that we have a test to take today? What? No, it's fine. We're fine. We're good. Oh, on the legality of games? Okay, sure. All right, you guys ready to boot this up and see if it actually works? Because we're just going to go in the Blade 2 category. That's the best I can do. I'm sorry. I wish I could do better. But here we go. No, fresh boot. There we go. And this is the part of the game. This is the part of the day where you pray that it works. That it goes to the disc. That it just reads the disc. Come on, just read the disc. Please, just read the disc. Just read the disc. There we go. F11 full screen. Hammerhead. Oh, and here's the other thing. Like, man, I hope it works with my controller. Haven't tested out the controller at all either. Marvel? Who the fuck is Marvel? They make books? Fuck, I don't want to play a book. I want to play a game. Sorry. Okay. Automatic mapping. There we go. There we go. That should work, right? One hopes. Is the demo having trouble loading? Oh my goodness. It's working. Okay, Vincent, up to you. Oh shit, before we begin, I haven't thanked anybody yet, so let me thank some people real quick. Thank you to Vincent, first of all, for not only for winning the if then and choosing this game. Thank you, Vincent, for your consistent generosity. I do appreciate you. Thank you for gifting out 8 subs right at the beginning of the day. I'm guessing that got you to some sort of round number, some astronomical round number that I missed. But thank you for gifting out 8 subs to Iki Power TV, Not Me Down, K Samurai, Dr. Habsburg, Juiceful Orange, Grand Tickler, Dynacle, and Charging Cat.
Hail Berserker!
Also, 7 Lust with 124 months. Hail you dicks. What up, baby? Oblivious to me with 89. Vincent giving out 2 more subs to Waxamillion and V Revolticon, or just Revolticon. Zuckus with 156. He Who Fights Monsters with 11 months, and Royce with 76. Thank you. It was hit to 9.2. Wow. God damn, dude. All right. First, or thank you for those subs and resubs. Now I have something to, well, one more to read. Stryer gifting a sub to Poopy Cumsock. Ugh. Fucking, you guys are sick. It is a loose prequel to the 1998 movie, which is why mentor Abraham Whistler is alive and helping Blade despite his fate in the film. Ah, good to know, good to know. Oh, V is normally go by, but VR or Revolticon works. Okay, so I can just call you V then. How long has it been? How long have I been calling you the wrong name? Since 2016? Jeez, all right, V. You got it. Yeah, long time. 10 years I've been calling you by the wrong name. I apologize, V. Okay. Vincent, your first choice to be made today. Are we doing normal or hard? Make the right choice, please. For you, for me, for everybody watching. Normal, thank you. Okay. Oh, enter file if you wish to, file name if you wish to save to a memory card. Okay. Oh. Oh my God, I gotta enter it the old school way. Wait, no. Nope. Edit name. There we go. Other way. No, goddamn it, other way again. There we go. That's gonna be it. Vincent. Okay. And then, I guess back. Why is category Blade 2? Because I couldn't find Blade 1 on Genga. Blade 1, I know it's in the internet game database, but Blade 1 is, I couldn't find it. There's so many Blades and none of them are this game. No, feel free to scroll through the category list. If you can find it, you let me know and tell me how far to scroll down and I'll put the right category in. Start game. New game, normal difficulty. You'd think this would be something the emulator would take care of. Like the PS2 emulator I have has just this is automatic. Oh my god, I gotta scroll up. The cursor wasn't even on the memory card slot. Jesus Christ. Wow. Okay, here we go. Blade. Oh shit. Hold on.
It's another rainy night in the big city, folks, which takes us into two.
Pause. Okay, we're gonna pause it because it is the ad break just started. So 30 seconds, and then we'll continue. Because it took me a minute to get into the game. So we're gonna give it 20 more seconds, and then we'll unpause it and let this glorious cinematic take us into the world of Blade.
CPDs.
Emulate these nuts. Thank you, Pirate Beast. Yeah, holy shit, non-sub just missed the nip slip in the intro. Right. Well, this is from the year 2000, so, 10 years ago. So it's not that old, right? 2000 was only like 10 years ago, right? Maybe 12. Okay. Let's unpause the game. Here we go.
Weather, and the bad news is there's more to follow. Yes, sir, this is regular monsoon season we got here. Still, with this rain keeping the streets clear, there should be less of the gang activity that has been plaguing
Less
the
gang
city.
activity? That's good.
Incidentally, and to repeat what was said earlier in our broadcast, the police department have issued a statement formally offering a reward for any information regarding the recent spate of mutilation murders on the south side of the city.
Mutilation
Mr.
murders?
James has confirmed that these crimes are definitely gang-related. On that somber note, and on a rainy, stormy night in the city, I'll hand you back to Jill in the studio. Let's get this bird back to Earth, Phil. It's too damn rough up here tonight.
Too damn rough up here tonight. Yeah, I hate these games that have PS1 style graphics. I know, right? Me too.
Whistler, you out there?
Loud and clear. By the magic of
Couldn't afford Snipes or Chris Christopherson.
Terminal south side of 14th and Wesley. Did sir enjoy his flight?
The cabin service was lousy. Where did your contact place the Von Espers?
Nested up at the water.
Thank you, Navir.
Somewhere in the warehouse district. You'll need to get on the docks. After that, it's a straight run.
Anything else I need to know?
I've got your back. I'll contact you when you're nearing the target.
Can we have the music back now? There we go. Okay. And yes, we have burbs for this. Get that one. That one. They're good too. Nice work on the burbs. We'll look at them in just a second here. Let me get them saved and uploaded. Okay. Here's the burbs for this game. Thank you to C Stringard and Cosmic Blip and of course Javi for the for the BRBs. It's not Blade 2 though. That's the funny thing. It's not Blade 2. All right, proceed with caution. Here we go. It is tanky tank controls. Oh, God, I hate it. Target opponent, hold R2. Release and press R2 to switch to next target. Attacking your opponent. Oh, to attack your opponent, press X while holding R2. Okay. Oh, that's badass that he just stops and shoots. He doesn't, no motion to shoot. Oh my God. Money? This is how he backs up? Oh, this is gonna be terrible. Ugh. Okay. I shot that guy who was just trying to get a snack. To activate a switch, button or letter stand next to it and press X. Or, there you go. Everything on one button. Oh, good. Okay. Okay. Humans are weak to bullets. Did you see that? Humans are weak to bullets. Really? Oh, to change ammunition, hold down L2. Use left and right directional buttons to choose the desired ammunition. Okay. To jump, press triangle. Okay. Oh, there we go. Shit. Oh my god, this guy's got leaps like Mario. Oh, there we go. Carbon handgun clip. Standard handgun clip. Okay. So I don't have to reload then. Oh, I can fucking karate kick him. Okay, so square takes my takes me out of or unequips my weapon. Oh, press X while facing ladder. Oh, this is an actual thing. Okay. Oh, glorious, glorious tank controls, you fucking fucker. God damn it. This door won't open. No! God damn it! So it doesn't look like I can make that jump. Okay. But I can, though. Oh, I gotta jump on that thing. Okay. It's not just a scraper thing. You jump on it, and you get taken over there. Okay. Oh, my God. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, almost hit my head. Okay. Okay. Damaged glass is breakable. Oh, not that. There you go. That's a save spot? Saving a memory card slot 1.
You're a cunt.
Some
I got my ass glyph. Yeah, dude. That's right, Paler. But if you tip 500 bucks or 500 bucks, God, not 500 bucks. If you tip 500 bits or $5, that's our alert for today.
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
That's right, baby. And if you tip 500 bucks, I will do it topless and bottomless. You just won't see the bottomlessness of it. Transshipco. Oh, they got the vampire sigils on them. Okay. Now this guy is gonna come out of here and want to kick my ass, so we're gonna change up bullets to carbon handgun clip. No, I never did play Blade 2, no. Unfortunately, Blade 1 is not in the Internet Game Database for whatever reason. Okay. Sword! Oh. Oh, there we go. Oh, shit, there it is. Now, how do I use a med pack? Yeah, is it my sword or is it my blade? Hidden vampire glyphs scattered throughout levels reference movie lore, including a cheeky Deacon Frost glyph that triggers cheat-like invisibility. Oh, nice. There we go. Okay. Bingo. Okay, so it's left bumper. L1 for that. Ah, damn it. I was hoping they were going to change the track. Yeah, how do you like them apples? Yeah, that's how you take care of those guys. Classic Katie with a raid, early raid, because she's taking the mom shopping. Beef's mom. They're gonna go to TJ Maxx. Okay, so this is kind of funny. Katie comes up to me. She goes, "I'm gonna get off a little early because I'm gonna take Beth and I are gonna take her mom shopping." And I was like, "Okay, what's the story behind that?" She's like, she had a little bit of a cry about not being able to do everything while she was here because she flew over from England. And they were all like, what did you want to do while you were here? She's like, I want to go to TJ Maxx and Hobby Lobby. They're like, we can do that. We can go to TJ Maxx and Hobby Lobby. It's fine. So that's what they're doing today. It's so fucking, that's adorable. Vincent, thank you for gifting a sub to Girls Day Out. Hell yeah, Girls Day Out. And there's Super Bubba Frequalizer with the 5 years resubbed. Thank you, Super. Well, you ladies have fun today in your little sojourn out to TJ Maxx and Hobby Lobby. Wait, what? Oh, wait, no, I'm doing it wrong. That's why. So those guys have a lot of health. For the Euros, what are those? TJ Maxx is just like Target, like a mid-tier shopping clothing outlet, like clothing shopping place. And Hobby Lobby is like a hobby store. So like fabrics and paint and and like, you know, like knickknacks and decorations and shit like that. Oh yeah, Katie's got it. Katie's got it. PS1 loads.
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate a bill.
Zeke Gem.
Oh, I hate these fixed cameras with this shit. Yeah, those guys are fucking terrible. What is health booster? Oh, just barely. Just barely give you a little boost.
Hello, fellow American. This you should vote me. I need power. Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh my God, turn around.
I'm hot. What? Texas. They'll be low.
There,
The
Jesus
Democratic
Christ.
vote for me is right thing to do, Philadelphia.
Hello, fellow American. You should vote me. I leave power. Good. Thank you. Thank you. If you vote me, I'm hot. What? Taxes? They'll be lower, son. The Democratic vote for me is right thing to do, Philadelphia. So do.
Hi, my name is Food. My name is.
Oh, apart
My
from
name
Mama
is-
Batman. Apart. You wanted the funniest one? Apart from Mama Batman. Okay. Well, this one always gets me a laugh.
I'm gonna get off by cranking your knob.
I like that one. I'm gonna get off by cranking your knob. I like that X is no and Y is yes. Or that triangle is yes. That's so stupid. It should be X for yes, circle for no. This console has no power. Okay. Loading. Yeah, suck it, pal. You gonna come over here? Or are you just gonna walk? There you go. I think that means he's dead. Yeah, okay, his blood.
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate a mill.
Fun fact, Blade was born in Soho, London, England in 1929.
Really? Soho, London, England? That's not what the movies told us. Okay, so that's why I was just testing out the gun to see if it was any good. It's not. It's not any good.
Time for a blood rage. Poop.
Blood rage poop? Wait, am I raging and pooping? Sounds dangerous. Thank you, Alligator Fuckhouse with 91 months. Vincent, thank you for the bits. Penguin Explosive, thank you for the 86 months. And Lord of the Derp with 37. Much love, guys.
Wow, over 65,520 hours already.
Indeed. Thank you, Glue. With the 91 months. The music gave up, guys. Oh, there it goes. Okay, it's back. The CD was skipping. There we go. I hate the backup. It's so slow. Oh, that's why he's a vampire. That's why he falls to my fucking blade faster. Because he's a goddamn vampire. Generators powered up, y'all. That is a pleasant PS1 noise, isn't it? You hearing that wonderful PS1 sound effect? Isn't that great? That is a fucking wonderful cacophony that I'm getting. Bram, bram, bram. Wait, Matt Groening said another Simpsons hit and run game is in development. Get the fuck out of here. That's awesome. Oh, nope. Blood appeared. I got a fucking energy drink? Oh, those things look explosive. Oh, they're fragile. Oh my God. All right, hold on. Let me get a better look at this. There we go. Ugh. Ugh. No. There you go. Now turn, 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 and jump. Yeah, you did it. Good job, Blade. Vid said gifting a sub to Wesley Snipes since he can't afford a sub, you know, due to taxes and whatnot. I'm glad you bought him one. Oh, there's a save. Gimme. Oh, shit. That was close. Yes. There you go, saying ugh again. What is your fascination with the head camp counselor from Salute Your Shorts? Ugly. Oh, that's flammable. Don't want to mess with that shit. Yep, fixed camera. Fixed camera with tank controls. Always a treat. Am I going? I'm going up the stairs. I'm good. Okay. Oh. I'm supposed to do this, right? I'm supposed to do this, right? We got a change in music, y'all! We got new music! That's the biggest reward we can get in this game, apparently. Oh, I can get 5 health boosters. Okay, what does an energy drink do? You know what? I'm gonna wait until my health is a little lower. See if energy drink does something like that. Nope. Turn up and jump. Oh, we did it. Oh, I don't even need it. After so much effort and so many tries, my wife finally was able to make a handmade purse. Now that's what you call perseverance. Haha, perseverance. That's such a good one, Baines. Nice work. There you go. Just karate kick him. No walking. No. What the fuck is that guy doing? No, no plieing. No tap dancing. Yeah, apparently not only am I killing these humans, but I'm robbing them too. So I got $78. Okay. Fun fact, they wanted this game to run at 10 FPS, but there was only a budget for 9. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, okay. All right, what does energy drink do? Oh, it gives me unlimited stamina, so I can just, okay. Duly noted. For a time. Got him. Okay, I can go down that sewer. Is he, fun fact? Oh wait, no. Vincent giving us up to loot that body. I'm gonna loot that body. I'm gonna play on my loot while I'm gonna play on my flute while I loot that dead kid's body.
Zinka.
Yeah, this song is a whole bop, isn't it? Oops, wrong button. No, it's not X to jump, it's triangle to jump, lest we forget. X is for literally everything but jump. Okay, I think I cleared this place out. Let's go. Thank you, Adderday with 76. Oh, okay. Oh, I like how if he gets too close to a wall. He pulls his gun in. So that does look like a med kit, right? And it gives you bullets, which I think is great, like medical grade bullets. Two out of three doctors say these bullets are best for your health. Oh, no. God damn it, no. This button. There we go. There we go. Where is this Joker? He's above me somewhere, but I can't look up. Yeah, literally the right stick doesn't seem to do anything. Oh my god, the collision. Money. I got a money from him. Silver nitrate shotgun shells. So I'm gonna get a shotgun at some point. That'll be nice. Damn, I just want you guys to see this. Okay, see the entrance there? See how far you have to get in the entrance. You have to clear Wesley Snipes' shoulders and the sword to get in there. Like, going through entrances is a fucking pain in the ass. See, look at this. This is fucking so bad. Laser transformer. What? You mean like Soundwave? Starscream? Optimus Prime?
Soundwave, bring me the laser transformer.
Oh yes, mighty Megatron.
Gotta load. Okay, and then we can do this. No! No! God damn it! There was a guy right there! Fuck's sake, son of a bitch! My turn radius is pretty. Oh! That's how I saved it. That guy was right next to me when I saved it. Fuck's sake. Yeah. Oh God, turning is such a bitch. God, okay. I really wish Team Ninja that made Neo series got the rights to a Blade game. It would be heaven. It would be pretty fucking sweet. Not gonna lie to you, man. Team Ninja doing a Blade game, that'd be dope. With old ass Wesley Snipes from the new movies or from the Deadpool movie.
There's only ever been one blade. Only ever gonna be one blade.
This is untenable. That didn't seem very fair at all. Well, I want that. I want that still. Still want it. I made this look easy last time. I did it in one try. Okay. Okay. Okay, Blade. Blade, okay. There. Oh, fuck me. Fucking bullshit. Did his head just blow off? Yep, I blew his head completely off. We're almost there, buddy. We're almost there. There you go. Yeah, you got it. Okay, good job. Man, that save was a long time ago, wasn't it? Doctor recommended handgun clips. Nope, not that way. That was my game. Wasn't that? Oh, I thought it was done that way. Is exactly the way I came. So what the fuck is going on here? Oh, it's this way. There we go. Okay. Oh my God, don't you dare! Down we go. Now the carbon handgun, that's for vampires, right? There we go. Yes, tank controls and melee. It's great.
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
Lane, any percent category is 45 minutes and 28 seconds. Set
Yeah.
by runner Matthews. Casual or rush casual playthroughs typically take between 3 hours and 4.5 hours.
Okay, so I should be able to get it done in 2 streams then. That's good to know. Good to know. Get him. Jesus Christ. The fact that he can hit me while I'm on top of him is just terrible. Like literally standing on his head, he's like, I'm gonna hit you while you're up there, bud. Have I played PS1 in the past? Yes, I played it very little though, because I was a Nintendo guy. I had all the way up to Nintendo 64 or whatever, and then I switched from like during it was GameCube, Xbox, PlayStation. I did Xbox after. Okay, my console history in order is Atari, Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Nintendo 64, Xbox, and then Xbox 360, then PlayStation 3. I switched back from Xbox to PlayStation, PlayStation 3, 4, and 5. So that's, I mean, I had more, like, sometimes I had different consoles, but those are the core ones that I played. Not a lot of PS2 for me, no. No. I love it when you do cosplay for the games you're playing. Oh my god, I fucking hate you, Scott. I hate you so much. I'm gonna time you off for that one. That one's terrible. No one look at that link. No one look at that link. Is there like a fucking elevator down there that won't kill me? Can I drop from this high or not? Oh, there we go. Okay, there's a guy. Got him. Anybody else? Oh, is that a, wait, hold on. Is that like a switch? Oh, okay. Relax, relax. That's a switch. There we go. Can I get a save spot, please? There we go. Oh. Yes. Oh, good God. Good God. Oh, my eyes getting uphill. There we go. Whoops. God damn it! Use the wrong one. Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Blade.
It's gonna pick up real soon.
Anything I should watch for?
Keep your eyes open for the Von Esper leader. Big bastard, so I hear. Vicious, too.
Okay, I'll take it from here. Only break silence if you need to.
Check.
Check.
Oh, shit! Worst fucking enemies in any video game ever. Fucking dogs. God damn it, dude. Make me use up all my goddamn medikits. Ah! God, he just waited for me to come around the corner and then just unloaded his entire magazine on me. Stay down! God damn, stay down! What's this? Blood? Oh, energy drink. Okay. I guess I can be blood. Stop resisting, sir! Stop resisting! Something's gonna come busting out of there, yep. Large serum, huh? I wonder what the large serum is for. Oh, large serum is for me. Okay. Oh, save. Let's go. Are you playing this on Duck Station? Yes. Yes, but I have the physical copy of the game right here. I have the BIOS I ripped off my PS1 and my PS1. So, we are all good. Mox W with 112 months. Thank you so much for the tier 2 112. Okay. I suppose we'll save here. Oh, this isn't a save. This is a resupply point? And they switched the yes and the no for the save. Are you seeing this? On the save, no is X and yes is triangle, and then they switched it for this resupply. What the fuck were they thinking, dude? coagulant, large serum, small serum, coagulant? I got more. Wait. Okay, I didn't get any more that time. Yeah, coagulant like made the vampires explode. Yeah, but these are for me to take. All right. I'm gonna do something here. There. Oh, I can't use it. At least not now I can. Large serum. Like, I think large serum gave me unlimited. It's like an energy drink. You leaving? Okay. Wow.
Love you.
Love you. Have fun with the girls. Have fun shopping. You take the puppies up? Yeah. Thank you. Classy Pack says hi. Hi, Pack.
Bye.
Have fun. They're TJ Maxing. Oh, it instantly restores 100% of Blade's health, the large serum does? Okay. And apparently it gives you, like... It gives you unlimited stamina for a set amount of time, too. Yes, overwrite file, Jesus. Thank you. Triangle, X. No, I will go in the elevator when I'm goddamn good and ready. All right. I'm goddamn good and ready now. Boss fight. Let's go.
You got that shipment loaded yet?
Yeah, man. Ready for transit. I took a sneaky peek inside.
You tripping? You was told no looking. Shit, we all were. You know who we're working for, man. The Palatine do not screw around.
Yes,
This guy that
Palatine.
pissed them off. Found floating in the East River. They
That's
find
my
out, they're not gonna
name.
fire your ass. You'll be a dead man.
Hey, the edge of the crate was loose, so I had to bang it down, you know? Just say I caught a glimpse inside.
And?
And nothing. I didn't see jack, man. Some evil freaking shit in there, though. Stink made my eyes bug out on me. I didn't want to stay near it any longer than I got to. Bad vibes in a box, man.
Oh, this is
You
a
do the
prequel,
job and
Communal.
split, huh? Nope. I didn't even close it up. Hell, let some other sucker do it. I'm out of here anyway.
Yeah! You take care, man.
Yeah, this is a prequel to the first movie, to the first Blade. Apparently. Oh, I can jump down there. Okay. Oh, I thought for sure that this would let me jump. Nope, invisible wall. All right. Nope. Okie dokie. The small serve doesn't do anything for my health. And load it. And wow, what? Okay. Whip. Oh God, top down, are you fucking kidding me with this? But they did give me a shotgun, which is nice. Oh, shit. Congrats on my streamiversary. Oh my God, it is my streamiversary. Oh my God, that's right. Mid-August is when I've been streaming. Like, I started streaming, like, yeah, what, 13, 14 years ago today? This isn't the anniversary of my sub button, though. That's the one I like to celebrate. This is just my first, like, streaming. Like, when I first started streaming video games under Ezekiel III. Can I have that, please? Thank you, Jesus. Okay, he's dead. He's pooping blood. He's dead. Okay. Oh, and this guy never died. Well, fuck him. I don't need him. There, money. Either he drops something or he poops blood. That's how I know. There we go. We good? Okay. blood. Okay. Killing only vampires or everyone? Everyone. I'm killing. There's different methods. Like vampires are resistant to bullets, so you pull out your sword. Humans are resistant to swords, so if you have the wherewithal, you pull out your gun. Like that guy, he's a fucking vampire, so. Yes, witchering, in other words. Yes, Kino Ghoul. Oh my god. I guess I'll go. Oh, it is fucking a fucking lake of blood in here. Door is jammed. Get up! I know you're gonna get up, you prick. Poop blood! Let me know you're dead! There we go. That's what the coagulant does. Full heal! Key! The save needs a combination. Gorilla Burrito, thank you for 46 months. Welcome back. Oh, do I need to put the key in? Nope, okay. That door is jammed. There. Oh, shit! Fucking hell, dude. Looks like a combination on the wall. Oh. So, there, oh, on the wall, 6587, got it, okay. Okay, quick question. Why would they not put the combination, like, on the reel that's flipping and just put it on the wall beside it? It seems like that was their idea, and they're like, nah, it's too complicated to put it on the fucking projector. Just spray it on the wall with blood. I don't need to memorize this, right? Just in case. 6587. In. Thank you. $6587. The combination works. Thank you, Bazoo King. Oh, please tell me. Please tell me I get a save point. Oh my god, let me. Holy shit, he wombo comboed me. It doesn't save you before the fucking boss does it. Wow, that is rough. That is fucking super rough, dude. No, I only use save states if I want to test something. Or it gets super annoying. Like, this isn't so bad yet. Oh, come on! Man, that takes a lot of fucking bullets, dude. Okay, I was just checking. Brutal. Brutal. It is a real bitch, man. Is this just a different way to go? Must be. What the fuck? Where the fuck did I end up? Thank you, Dixon's Harry Sacks. What the fuck is this? Yeah, that's weird, man. Oh! Something was hurting me. Or something's hurting somebody. I'm hearing a fight upstairs or something. Weird. Did I just get like a... I found like a supply dump? And of course, no saves. What is this, dude? Where am I? I'm on a ship, but seems like I have to kill that boss guy eventually. The console has no power. go ahead. Oh my fucking god, tank controls. I have no idea what's going on. It seems like this is they're gonna throw a big asshole at me, and I'm gonna die without being able to save it. Huh. Thank you, Kung Fu Monkey. So it just, yeah, it seems like this is just some fucking side area. Yeah, that's what I thought. I would assume that there's a way to power up the console. Like out here. Oh, I bet that I come back to this place after I beat that guy. This is the second area that I have to come back to after I beat that guy. No, this boat is completely separate from that other thing. Oh, there it is. There it is. Not there. Oh God, these fixed cameras. Everybody hates this. Fucking tank controls. Fucking fixed cameras, son of a bitch. There. Okay, now I've opened the door down there. Still no saves yet. on. I'm not saving until you're dead. Okay, he's pooping blood. He's dead. Oh my God. Yes. Overwrite the file. Oh, I got the Cientito. The Cientito glyph. Do these saves come back? Are they one-time use only, these fucking saves? Oh, I love this shit. I love it. Why would I jump down there where I have a clear advantage? God damn, this fucking guy is fucking hard on with the fucking shit. I can't turn myself around to face him. I actually have to move at him in a circuitous route in order to aim my shotgun at him. Oh, I got explosive shells now. Okay. Holy fuck. Only 5 this time. Okay. God, I can't back up! No! got him! As a bitch. Holy fuck. Watch out, Blade! Get out of there! Or not, or defuse the bomb because you're good at that. Just gonna look at it and go, I don't know what to do with this bullshit. And then run out of there. Thank you, Jack Schreiger. Oh, nice and silent. And where is my earth-shattering kaboom? Yo, Grafud, thank you for the 92 months, by the way. Now, I don't want to be a nitpicky Nelly here, but like, can I get a save? Is it?
Blade.
Okay.
What the hell was that?
One less suckhead in the world. I think we've stumbled across some serious shit here.
What?
Pull up the last 24 hours cargo transit logs for this port. Run a search for any shipments matching known Palatine holdings and fronts.
No problem. Searching. What have the Palatine got to do with this?
They're shipping something weird into the country. I overheard two boneheads talking in the warehouse about it, so I figured I'd check out the freighter.
Nothing listed here. Hold on, checking outgoing freight manifests.
They're covering their tracks. Nearly took me down with that ship.
I think I've got it. There's an unlisted shipment leaving the terminal tonight. No manifest, no destination, just clearances up the ass. It's gotta be it.
Trace it. The Palatine would never involve himself in something this messy unless it was real important.
I'm on it. It's scheduled to leave real soon, so you...
I've got a train to catch.
Oh, okay. That's what I'm wondering, Apparition. Is there, that looked like the same boss, just in a different location. Is there an option to fight him on the ship or in the building? Well, don't do that. Jesus Christ, these fucking guys. Yeah, cool level branch if that's what's supposed to happen. That's cool. Dude, fucking goddamn these guys. They just shoot the shit out of you and there's nothing you can do. Oh my god, there's a save. Alright. Better just take this opportunity to save now. Thank you, One-Man Army Star. And Apollo Neon. Oh, I can actually say it to myself. I don't know if you see that. I can say it. I can congratulate myself on my streamerversary. Thank you, me. Oh, you're too kind, me. Look at these stereotypical coffins. Holy shit. Yeah, I heard Darkest Dungeon got some DLC, yeah. The original Darkest Dungeon got some DLC. That's pretty cool. Oh, the machine pistol. There we go. Popped his head. A bit OP? No! I need all the help I can get. My fucking these guys tear me apart. It's like I'm fucking made of paper. There we go. Loading. Yeah, that machine pistol works really well. Oh! I hope I get some ammo for it. Okay. Nope. Not fair. Jesus fucking Christ, you guys. That fucking guy was still alive? There, eat a turd. You need a key to open this door! Exclamation point. Okay. Yo, Apollonian, thank you so much.
We appreciate you, Zeke.
Oh,
Also, any
Vamprimers in the chat? Oh, Vamprimers. Thank you so much for the 8 months. I appreciate it. And for using your Prime sub on me, Vamprimers is great. Oh my god, he is fucking deflecting my bullets with his sword. You gotta be fucking shitting me with this. Fucking dickhole. Step over the key, you fucking dickhead. Nope, nope, wait, yep. Around here, through here. This way, there it is. In. You have unlocked the door. Okay, now game, save point. A save point, real fast, like right in here. Thank you, Lickety Split, for the 7 months. Using your Prime as well, I appreciate that. Smack my bitch up. You know, I could use a resupply. Get the fuck out of there. There. God, anything, a resupply, a save. You're really brutal with these save spots, guys. Thank you, Rambler. Thank you, Dank Memes. God, I can't even imagine what this game would be like on fucking hard mode. Thank you, Pat the Rush. I just don't want to die. I haven't had a save in so long. Oh, thank Christ. Yeah, if there's only some sort of state you could save it in. Well, I want to play it like it was originally intended. As much as possible, I want to play it like it was on the PS1. Okay. It's intended to be a multi-renter, yeah, I know. Right? Why is there not a save right here? There should be an autosave if I drop through that. Maybe a save now?
Blade, just listen. Don't talk. This line is not secure. I repeat, this line is not secure. I got a lot of company about to arrive, so I'm out of talk time. We've been set up. Get the hell off the train now. Just go and...
Whistler! Whistler!
Okay. Save? Does it save automatically for me? I don't think so. Oh my god. First a weird thought, sir. What if your ass was a maraca? Oh, and random me. Okay, you got it. Give me another one.
If we want to hear you talk, I will shove my arm up your ass and work your mouth like a puppet.
There you go. You got two of them. There you go. Hope you got your money's worth. Seen an old review of this game, and the guy said, Blade is a kick-ass hero in the comics and movies, but take away the kick, and what you're left with adequately describes this game. Ass. Ass. This game is ass. Thank you very much. I done it. What up, Marty? Jesus, see? I'm caught off guard by one guy and he takes away 3/4 of my health. Motherfuck. What is this horror movie music? And the wind is really fucking blowing. Oh my God. All right, we're adding a new emote. All right, here we go, Saku. What are we adding? Bark. Okay. There you go. Bark has been added. Lowercase bark. There you go. For all you weeb friends out there.
Whistler, you out there, old man?
I'm afraid Mr. Whistler's indisposed at the moment.
Mannheim!
I can be of service.
Who the hell are you? Where's Whistler?
My name is Mannheim. I represent the House of Palatine. And don't concern yourself with him. He's quite unharmed. For now, anyway.
What do you want?
Good question. Someone like you.
You're out of your freaking mind.
Why,
Your freaking mind.
You are we not? Mere fodder for your crusade. Is the enemy of my enemy not also my friend?
Meaning?
It's quite simple, really. We have a little task for you. It should pose few problems for an individual with your peculiar gifts. In this area we'll find what appears to be a Buddhist temple. In fact, it's nothing of the sort. It's a Dragonetti safe house. Inside there, you will find their leader.
Why me? You seem to have torn the place up pretty good already.
That was an unfortunate accident in transit. A crate insufficiently fastened. Nothing you need to concern yourself with.
So why should I do this little favor for you, friend?
Do it, and we will consider releasing Mr. Whistler unharmed.
And you expect me to take your say-so on that?
Not particularly, but then again it hardly matters, does it? While negotiation is truly one of the great joys in my life, in this instance, I don't have the time, and you, Blade, don't have the luxury.
Screw you, Mannheim.
Screw you, Mannheim. This is a PG-13 game. Yeah, what's wild is the style of graphics now back in style, even though back then they didn't have a choice. This was this was like, I mean, maybe not this game in particular, but this game was close to being like what you could do. Save. A save would be nice. Oh. No, I didn't get open this door. Oh God, you PS1 piece of shit. Oh my God. Let me just back up real slow. Beep, boop, boop. That hardly seems fair. Key. Give me the key. Yes. And now we get our save. Another key, huh? All right, there we go. Okay. They really make it work for him here, don't they? Like, you think beating a boss is gonna give you a save? You gotta do a little bit more to get that save spot, homie. Why? Because we hate you. Come on now. Load it up. So, quick question. Why do these have loading screens if it's not an emulator? Why do they still need to load? You think the loading screens would be like cut, like the time actually taken would be cut down? Emulator, so it emulates real hardware, like to the point where it just, yeah, okay. I mean, that's what I thought, but I didn't know. Multi-launcher blades. What? Oh, well, I don't have the multi-launcher yet, I guess. Oh God, he's coming straight for me! Damn, dude, get him! It doesn't even take that many hits to die. Okay, that's not something I go up. Okay. Yeah, judo sweep. Judo kick. Uh-oh. Duck Station has a fast forward button you can set a hotkey for in the controller settings, and one day if you hit that when it's loading time will be faster. Oh, okay. I don't need to speed it up. I was just wondering why.
Party hat happy birthday to the birthday boy Zeke haha Zeke kiss.
Thank you so much, Ash Liquor. a grenade now. Oh, I must have a launcher for it at some point. Okay. Must be the multi-thingy. A UV grenade. Gimme, yes. Yes, give me saves. Save couldn't come at a better time. Those guys apparently are ass kickers. Yo, Vince giving a sub to Anus Lickers United. Oh, the ALU is here? Wow, they're a big deal. There we go. ALU for life. Let me just load up the key. Nope. Oh, shit. Nope. Not gonna even bother with you fucking assholes. Oh, this is a strip club. Where are the strippers? Congrats on the street anniversary. How do you make the harrowing decision to sit down and play video games? Do you like work at the soup kitchen or anything cool like that? Just this? Okay, well, congrats on the anniversary. Well, thank you. What up, Shan Khan? Thank you for reading the rules. And thank you for the congratulations. No space for serum. Now I just got to remember where the key went.
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
That's right, Ecstasy.
To the stream anniversary.
There. Whoa. Oh, fuck. Gotta load it in. And a save. This looks like a death trap. All right, here we go. All right. Good time for a break. We're gonna take a short break here. Good Blade break music. I'm gonna take my puppies outside since my lady is out giving them or giving Beth's mom a shopping spree, a trip, whatever. So enjoy the BRBs, and I will BRB. Okie dokie. Let's get back to it. A little bit of Blade for this afternoon's festivities. Thank you once again to Vincent the 11th for the if-then choice. Always nice to play a relic that I missed when it was new. Thank you, Lucas. When are the fitness streams coming back? Not in Texas, baby. I'm really surprised Scott didn't make one. The real fat. What is her name in the movies? Pearl? The real fat vampiress? had exactly enough for that guy. I still have not used any money yet. I don't know what money is for. I pressed A to jump. Like a dipshit. Well, that was worthless. I should have just left it and moved on. That actually cost me. I found the underground laboratory. The fact that this game is 26 years old. Yeah, the movie is 28 years old. The original Blade movie. Ow, ow. Oh my God. Wow. Oh, come on, dude. He had a multi-launcher. He fucking launched a missile at me. Or a grenade or something. Oh, yeah. Oops. No, the saves are not generous in this game. No. But the game apparently isn't that long. Like 5 to 8 hours. Depending on who you are, I guess. Oh my God, get around the pillar. Get around the pillar. Jump, Blade. You fucking cunt-ass Blade. Instant death pit. Always a favorite among fucking gamers. Fuck, there's a fucking save right there. God damn it. Nope. Not enough. Nope. Give me... Wait, give me this, and then give me that. Yeah, there you go. That motherfucker wasn't dead yet. Oops.
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
There's only been one blade.
Can you poop out blood for me? Thank you.
Blade.
Everybody pooping out blood? Everybody? Okay. Okay. There's only been one blade. There's only ever gonna be one blade. Thank you, Vincent. He wasn't lying, too. That, Mark, however you say his name, Ali, the guy who was, whoa, look at that. Oh, that's a fucking Terminator. Nice. Nice fucking reference. Beautiful. No, he wasn't kidding, right? Like, they halted production on that blade. So he was, yeah, Mahershala Ali. Wesley Snipes might have been right. I know these. I know I can go again on these. Pretty sure I can get another resupply, but well, maybe not. On 54th birthday, I think you can leave. The door is trying to shut on my head. we go. We got him. Thank you, Bigga. Thank you, Khalith. Oh, now. Zeracor, thank you.
Oh, I do love a circus.
Dragonetti!
And what
Whoever
is
this...
a circus without a clown?
You're the clown. Look at your purple pants.
What are you doing here, Daywalker? Playing
like
detective?
the Joker.
Counting the carcasses as they pile up?
You turn over a rock, you find slime underneath. No biggie.
Or perhaps
no
an
biggie?
assassin? Is that how you envision yourself?
What is it with you assholes? Do you always talk in riddles, or is it just me?
Let us speak plainly, then. We are aware of your little arrangement with the Palatine. Nothing happens here day or night without our knowledge. I trust you weren't naive
no
enough
diggity,
to take that
no
offer at
doubt.
face value.
It bought me some time.
You have less time than you can possibly imagine. There are worse threats to consider than Palatine retribution.
The thing in the crate?
Bravo.
What is it?
It has no name. It is ancient and powerful. Even now, when it turns in its half-sleep, they cannot control it. Soon it will awaken, and this, all this, will be laid waste.
They? You mean the Palatine, right? But why?
They wish to displace us within the House of Erebus. Their credo is that force alone dictates authority. They have no sense of tradition, no class. It has the power to support their reign of terror.
You said they can't control it, though.
For a while, perhaps. Well, there are always other cities.
So how do we stop it?
No, his VA is good. It's just this side of the
This
fucking
is
like
your
stereotypical
problem.
Dracula, though.
You are the wild card here, Blade.
Oh yeah, I just remember.
Thank you,
I was
masking.
supposed to wax your
Masking
worthless
tape, man.
ass.
That's the spirit. Unfortunately, I'm unable to return the compliment. This projection before you is depressingly insubstantial. We would have stopped it already had you not interfered at the docks. The Palatine should be congratulated for engineering your appearance. It was an eventuality we had not foreseen.
This just gets better and better.
I'm pleased to see
No
the
biggie.
irony of the situation. However, our mutual problem remains the Palatine. They are keeping your associate, Mr. Whistler, as insurance against you moving against them, correct?
Where are they keeping him?
Close to home. But
The Palatine building downtown?
should you wish to save this city, I suggest you forget your friend. It gains in strength every hour, and it...
Is Whistler there?
If you face the demon unprepared, you will die. The curator of the City Museum is a familiar of mine. He has a trinket for you, a token which should help
The curator?
you in the fight.
Last chance, suckhead.
Yes. But if you go, you will simply be playing into their hands, don't you understand?
How do I get in?
Follow the sewers. You can work your way upwards from the basement once you have a key. But to get that will not be easy. There are ancient catacombs beneath the building, older than this city, and well guarded. They should be your first destination.
I'll hit the museum later.
Almost a thank you. That sentimental streak will be your undoing, Blade.
Slow walking out the door to a slow fade to black. Oh shit! Wait! Don't do that, that's not fair! Holy hell. That guy certainly jammed the door. Ah, the Lemure glyph. How Lemure. I don't even know what those glyphs do. Thank you, Mr. Bender. Well, shit. I suppose we'll save. Even though those guys tore me apart. I barely have any healing items. No, not you, dickhead. God, his combat is just fucking phenomenal. Blade of the Blaze is one. Collecting the 4 hidden glyphs scattered across hard-to-find areas unlocks extra lore and background information within the game's library menu. Okay. More like bore. You got him good, Scott. Nice work.
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
Zeke playing less like Wesley Snipes'
damn it,
Blade
dude.
and more like Wesley Snipes, the guy who got 3 years for failing to file his taxes.
Thank you, Celtic Knight. Dude, this is so stupid, man. I wish they made the gun damage at least substantial when it's like, you know, you pick the right gun. There. Let's try silver. Barely anything. There we go. That'll do it. Okay. Silver nitrate shotgun shells actually do a decent amount of damage. There we go. Okay, so those are the most valuable ammos in the game. The silver nitrate shotgun shells. Where is that fucking Buddha? Have I seen it already? Yo, brand new sub. Vincent gifting one to Kitsunevania. Hell yeah, welcome back, Kitsune. There it is. Explosive. But aren't as good as you'd hope. Oh yeah, there's a Kitsunevania. There's a lot of Kitsune in my chat sometimes. Fixed camera. I love a fixed camera. Ugh. Dude, fucking just die. Oh God, please, please, just, oh God, just touch the lever, please. Fuck's sake. Move it. Oh, God damn it, no. This one right here. There you go, there you go. Get in, get in, get in, get in. Okay. Goddamn sewers, always so drippy. Fucking ninja kick from downtown. God damn it. I am gonna have to fucking take care of these guys. Blew his head clean off. Are you fucking joking me? The little tiny fire on the ground? I have all this. Oh. I had a bunch of money. Where did all my money go? I had a couple of $100. I don't even know what it's for. Oh, the IRS took it. Of course, of course. I love missing with a shotgun, you know, half a foot away from them. Nope, wrong one.
Hi, my name is Gold. My name
Oh,
is
resupply. That's where the money goes. Okay. That's why I could use it twice. Dude, what the fuck? Are you fucking joking me with this? Why does that guy take fucking 6 shells? That doesn't make any sense to me. Thank you, Psychotics. Oh, and I have nothing else. Okay, good. Why fucking even bother, man? Nope. It's fucking garbage no matter what I do. It works on humans, but these fucking zombie guys don't get fucking nothing. Nothing hurts them very well. Maybe I gotta explode them with my fucking explodey launcher. God, this part sucks. Thank you, Wandering Man. Okay, sometimes it takes one. Are they varying amounts of damage? Because that sucks. See, sometimes it only takes one. I just need to get past that guy. I don't even need to do anything. Just need to get past him. Said at the start, if you time your shots, it can crit. Time your shots? Time how? Okay, so those guys go down by the sword. Great.
Swordsowner.com.
Okay. How about this? You have to fucking re-aim after every fucking shot! Thank you, Lightning Cutter. Also, R.Funky, thank you for the 76 months. Yep, let's waste one. Why not? I don't know what that falling sound is, but I think it's probably them somehow. Like getting up, falling down, getting up, falling down. Yeah, there's explosion damage. Yeah. Totally hurt yourself on your own explosions. Okay. Thank you, PhD. Thank you, Alfie. Oh my fucking, fuck you. Fucking let me through, you fucking piece of shit! Oh my god. Thank you all for the congrats on my streamerversary. Man, I love wasting shotgun shells because the fucking lever not very intuitive. Souphead! Thank you, Souphead, with the 63 months. Those guys take so many fucking bullets. Get me the fuck out of here. Oh. Fucking save spot. Oh my fucking Jesus Christ. Fucking dogs, man. A laser coil. I'm gonna get a fucking laser gun sometime. Nope, that is where I came in. Yep, no healing. okay. God damn you. Oh, thanks. Thank you, Spamdini. Where am I? Why? Why? Why is there not a fucking door exit there, huh? Nope. 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 Oh, hey, look. The exit. It's just a hole to the subway. Oh, it says there's a sign there. It says to subway. Hooray. Wasting one. Love it. Love wasting one. When it won't. When it won't fucking get on the ladder. I do have a med kit. That's nice. Thank you, Vexing Thoughts. Still stuck in the Blade 1 sewer. Shotguns missing point blank and zombies shrugging off everything. Nothing works and the frustration is audible. Oh, fuck you, Amazon fucking robot bitch. Oh. Oh, that's where I fucking came from. The frustration is audible. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm going up the down one. Gotta go up the up one. Jesus fucking Christ. Hey, look! Another glyph. Ligaroo these nuts! Alright, where's the fucking key? Is that it? Tell me that's it. That's not a key. It is good. It's not a key. Oh, that is exactly where I came from. There we go. Why is Chatterbait a vibrator with a butt plug? I mean, it's in the name. The points, my channel points are Chatterbait. Do you get it? Fucking key, finally. Oh, is Chatterbait not a thing anymore? I was unaware. No linking porn. Sorry. We can talk about it, just don't link it. Jesus Christ. I'm glad those things are really bad at aiming. What's this thing? Oh, it's a red emergency phone. Oh, okay. Need a key to open that door. Probably need a key to open this one. Yeah, or that door can't be opened. All right. Fucking perfect. There you go. Kill each other. I don't have anything to... Oops. No, I have 0 heals. Awesome. Oh, this fixed camera shit is killing me. It's killing me. Key card, there we go. Oh, resupply. Yes. Okay. You don't get to choose what gets resupplied though, which is kind of shit. And I saw my money go down this time. Oh my God, please. Please have a save behind this door. Please.
Your pleas were not heard. Fuck your pleas.
That guy walked up to me and just punched me a few times and kicked my ass. Oh, and now my controller has stopped working for whatever reason. How many deaths we at? Oh, there. I don't know. No one's been counting. A lot. This is fucking ridiculous. This is how far back I am. What the fuck? Oh. What the shit? Did I find another exit to this place? Oh my God, dude. This is fucking stupid. What is this shit? Who's this fucking douche? What the fuck? That guy just fucking destroyed me. This game is fucked, man. I can see why it didn't become an instant classic on everybody's like best games of the PS1 list. I drop down, then I climb up. I don't know if this is the same way that I found before, but hopefully it is. Look at this. Look at this health. Fucking sure, why not? This is gonna be fucking ridiculous. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's just waiting inside there. He's got a fucking boss health bar on him. This is gonna be stupid. No, I will be finishing up Knights of the Old Republic tomorrow. Hey, it's the suspenders guy! We found him! He's fucking right here. Oh my god, this is gonna be terrible. I don't know. I think I might have saved into a fucking black hole. Like, this might very well be a soft lock. Yeah, KOTOR tomorrow, big walk on Thursday. Oh my god, he has to re-aim! It's so stupid! He has to re-aim after every shot with that fucking thing! And then he missed, and then he misses. Yeah. Oh my god. I changed weapons. I could have sworn I changed weapons. Gotta love when it misses. The fucking suspender guy, man. I don't have a how do I counter that guy? And I can't see anything. Of course. He outsmarted me. He fucking jumped on top of my head and then jumped down and kicked my ass. It's fucking like, it's like the crane kick. If done correctly, no can defend. I think I'm boned, man. I honestly think I'm boned. I saved in a spot where I shouldn't have, and now I don't know what I can do. Hides around the corner and fucking gut punches me, and that's it. That's curtains. Is all she wrote. That guy is too fast. See, that works. It does hit him. Yeah, I properly backed myself into a corner here. Oh, and my controller decided to stop working. That's great.
Not bad for an old timer.
See, motherfucker just ninja kicks me once and I'm dead. He can punch me, kick me, whatever, and I'm dead. No can defend. And the fucking collision on the doors is another thing that's just fucking phenomenal and fun to deal with. Okay. What do I do, guys? Seriously, what do I do? I really have no clue what to do here. And, yep, my controller came unplugged again. I don't know. Get good, thanks. That's a real help. Jesus, what the fuck is happening with this fucking controller? I'm about to lose my mind! Oh my god, I took him down. 2 UVs and a fucking... get this fucking top-down bullshit! Oh, please get me the fuck out of here. No save, though. That's not a save. So here I am again at this part that we've done before. Mo Noel, thank you for the 85 months. Oh, yeah, let's try that. Just one kick. One kick. That's all it takes. One kick. Oh, I did it. We got it close up to him. He died. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. Don't I have... There we go. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God. Fucking Jesus Christ. Watch that first step. It's a doozy. What is happening? Why does it keep disconnecting? I've never had this problem with this controller before. There, I heard the sound. Yeah, that beautiful sound. Just a bunch of money. No health. I don't think it counts all the way back to Justin TV. I think it only counts up to the time on Twitch. So Twitch became a thing in like 2012? Oh. Google says 2014. Okay. Oh, thank Christ. And that's, oh, and he gave me that time. So it's random drop, wonderful, love it, fuck you. Just money. Just money. I don't need money, man. I don't need money. What I need is health. Now, I have 12-year subs, so it has to be more than 12 years. Because I wasn't the first person to get a sub button, so it has to be more than that. the save spot! All praise the save spot! Oh my good lord. Well, that's fun. That guy's there. That guy's a fun guy. We'll deal with him, I suppose. Okay. That guy does not give a fuck about grenades. Does this game have a story? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It has a story if you're fast enough to play through it with the story. Which apparently I am not. No. Nah. I can't even get the door won't open inside. Oh no. Oh no. This is terrible. Didn't know it was right behind me. Yeah, oh yeah, silver for those guys, you bet. I just unloaded a full shotgun shell full of silver nitrate in his face. I did about like, I don't know, a fifth of his health. Oh, there we go. Actually, that one did half. That was nice. Yeah, if we get stuck with 2 hours left, Cosmic Blip, we'll look into some cheats. Well, thank you, Kilojoule. Yep. You gotta watch out for that first step. It's a doozy. Yeah, and it's also like variable damage, depending on how close you are, the angle, I guess, if they notice you. Oh, he ran away? I made him run away. That's pretty cool. That was not the way forward. In case you were wondering, that was a pit of death. Every other pit I've jumped into, it's like, yes, that's the correct way to go. Good job. This one, not as much. He didn't get scared that time. He was almost scared that time. He thought about turning around and moving, but didn't. I just needed one more shot, man. Just one more shot. He just can't shoot the shotgun that fast because he's I don't know. Maybe I'm handling this all wrong. Maybe it needs to be the blade. He is Blade after all. That'd be a no.
Fucking fire one more time! Just one more time! Just fire one more time! Fucking Blade!
See, varying amounts of damage, and it sucks. It sucks ass. Sometimes you can crit, sometimes you can't. Because of course it has. I know the fucking pit was right there. I just jumping. There was a jump there, and I just forgot there was a jump. There was a third time going over that jump, and it should have been there, and it wasn't. If the AI was more predictable, or the damage was more predictable. See, half his health. No problem, half his health done. See? It's so inconsistent, right? Isn't Blade a swordsman? No, he uses guns in the movie. Have you seen it? He uses lots of guns. But yes, I can use a sword as well. But it doesn't work very well. On certain enemies. On certain enemies, it works great. That door just takes forever, and you gotta deal with this fucking guy. Oh Lord, he coming! Ah, damn it! Thank you, Benson, for giving a sub to Get Wrecked Simulator. Thank you, Vutulu. That last one would hit him, that would be great. Yep. Inconsistent, like, oh, he'll start running away, but not every time. Oh, it'll do half his health, but not every time. Oh, did he? Oh, he fucking went down the pit. Thank you, Comanzo, with the 5 months. See that? Just a random him running right at me, half his health. Yep, and he goes down the pit. At least that's semi-consistent. don't open that wall. That wall sucks. Why would, I mean, pit farming would work if I could get anything out of them, but their fucking treasure dies in the pit with them. So clunky. It's so fucking clunky, man. And he backs off like a fucking idiot. He's just like, oh, slowly back away. So you gotta physically turn yourself all the way around because of tank controls to go fast again. Oh, outsmarted that time. I think. I hope. Yep. And I just wish that his fucking items, whatever he drops, would drop on me. So I go in here and get this key. Then I fuck off. This way. There's gotta be another pit somewhere, right? Yeah, I think I'm gonna lure that guy back to the pit room and see if I can make him fall in. Oh Lord, he's coming! Is he still behind me? Is he still behind me? I was... You stupid highlight message! That one's on you, you fucking Vincent! That was yours, you fucking bitch! I read your highlight. Wait for the meter to completely fill, then strike. To exact split-second reset empties to land a massive critical hitter insta-kill. What meter? Oh, I see it now. The little blood thing, the little blood bubble. Oh, interesting. So you can actually time your shot. Oh, thanks. Hey, only, you know, 4 hours into the fucking game. Well, there you go. you! Yeah, where's that goofy sound? That Did you see that at the top? Did you see that fucking note at the top? I better watch my step. Little late game. Little late. Information that could have been brought to my attention yesterday. Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to Pit Lord. And Xenoteggy with 113. Thank you. Don't do that.
I can't unnotice the white triangle in the bottom left corner. And now neither can you see that.
Fine. We had a smart one. Where the fuck? What the fuck? Thank you, Sarkon. Thank you, Super Sea Lion with 107. Oh, this guy? There. There, I got it. Okay, good. That way is not shut completely. You can do that with any gun. Holy fucking fuck. Wow, dude. There he is. There he goes. Oh, this is it. Wait a minute, what? That's where he came from. Silver nitrate. I mean, the silver sucking shells are great. Thank you, Joker. Also, I'll be quiet. Thank you for the 20 months. Thank you, Mad Jiggle. Yeah, this is the starting room. And that door is closed. Not to be opened again, apparently. Thank you, Hiowa. Did you need the tablet? No, those are just collectibles. You get like, if you collect all of them, you get like extra videos in the bonus section and lore and that type of shit. Nothing pertinent to the actual quest of the game. No, I came down this way. I went over here. I am well and truly lost. Oh, is this it? Oh, this is it? There it is. Okay. Oh my God. Still not a save though. Okay. What did I get out of that? Did I get a key or something out of that? Just the glyph? And XP? Move it! I'm honestly serious. Well, I know I learned how to critical hit, thanks, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Fucking door! I'm being 100% fucking no joke serious right now. Like, was that just a side thing to get a fucking tablet? That can't be. And this was the previous save. This is where I saved at before. So I didn't get a key. I had to have missed something. Yeah, if any, I don't know if anybody's got like the Prima guide out. There had to be a key down there, right? I mean, come on, dude. They wouldn't have put the drop on a fucking monster that fell down the pit. That's a huge oversight. All right, I hate to do this, but I'm going to. There. I do not want to do this fucking shit again. And that door will not open anymore. That definitely looks like something I could blow up. And that's why. For something fucking dumb like that. Dude, no fucking way. I need a key to open what fucking door, you piece of shit game? And now I'm, yeah. Now I'm in an endless loop, or not an endless loop, but a fucking dead end. Because this door will open, but this door will not. is. Door won't open. I missed a room near the end. Okay. I mean, that's all well and good, but I don't know if I can even get back there now. I can't even fucking get back there. Yeah, see, this is the warp back up. That other door will not open now. I feel like I soft locked myself out of the fucking victory. Pebblins with 56. Thank you, Pebblins. So I walk in. Well, yeah, let's just see where we reload. All the way back here, huh? Do we know what the name of this place is? The sewers? I really don't know. Catacombs. There you go. Try boxing the Wookiees? You mean like taking off my fucking... taking off my weapon and just punching them? Okay. You gotta be fucking kidding me with that. Wow. Okay. Well, look at this. This key right here. This isn't the Palatine boiler room key, boiler room exit key. This isn't that. Thanks. I can't fucking believe this shit. I like that the key tells you what it isn't. You use an old key. That's the key that I got from that thing. From the floor or whatever. Okay. I didn't even see this coffin room. I've never been here. This looks like the Palatine boiler room exit key. This looks like the one. Because I didn't go down here. I went through this door, and then it kind of locked me out. Yeah, I shouldn't have did that. Okay. Not that way, not that way. There. So it was this room. Man, am I glad I did that. Holy fucking shit. About midway through the game, champ? Ah, thanks, Vincent. Well, my contract only states that I have to play it for another 45 minutes. Oh, God, pass him. Come on, get me the fuck out of here. Get me the fuck out of here. You do realize that that would have been, if I didn't save state it, I would have had to go through this entire fucking thing again. You gotta be fucking kidding me, man. That is just, it's just ridiculous. That is fucking stupid, man. At least it doesn't have tank controls. Oh, it does close shot. Oh, it absolutely has tank controls. Because this is me going backwards. See this? That's how we used to roll. Why do people think that I wasn't around? Why do people think that, like, I didn't game during this era of gaming? I don't want to put up with it anymore, though. It's because you look so young? Yeah, fuck you. No, I don't. Oh, okay, whatever. I guess I'll just... Good practice for that, Oh, I do have a couple of these. Jesus. Good practice for that crit bubble in the corner there. Thank you. Thank you for all the congrats on my stream anniversary. I appreciate you all. Oh, and Vincent giving a sub to Dick Punch. Dude, these fucking old games, man. Brutal, dude. Brutal. that guy punched he kicked me in the face and then he punched me in my kidney and killed me. Good Lord, that guy. Holy shit. Thank you, Cicely. Wait. Yeah, this game is ass. Another suspender guy. Those suspender guys are impossible. They're impossible. The fuck they expect me to do if I don't have like those fucking photon grenades or whatever the fuck they're called? Dude. This is fuck. I mean, they don't give you a way to block. At least as far as I know. Welp. Okay. We're back. We're fine. You seeing that guy? I don't give a shit. Motherfucker! That fucking guy just sitting there in the fucking corner. Like, wait, wasn't there another guy? I remember there being another guy. That is so cheap. It is so cheap that you can't, because you can't control the camera. You can't even see where the guy's fucking coming when he's coming. And everybody knows it's really important to see when a guy's coming.
you doing? Why are you taking controls? These tank controls are gonna kill me! They're gonna give me a fucking heart attack! Oh my god, they're so fucking bad!
Jesus Christ, man. There, I just stop right there and shoot that guy. Okay. Yep, and they have since stopped giving me any health packs or anything. There's a turret in the ceiling there, if you didn't see it. Yeah. No, I'm not trying to speedrun. I'm just trying to get through it, Kimosabi. The longer I stop, the more chance I have of just losing my health. I have no health. I think I have one health booster left, and that's it. That was my last healing. Not you. There, you. That's what I wanted. Okay. Aim at the guy that you can. Oh my god. The camera, my camera can't see him, so it doesn't count. Even though my character can definitely see him, my camera doesn't see him, so it doesn't fucking target. And it's goddamn so bad. It's so bad. No. No. What is this garbage? Three more to go. I didn't even mean to hit one of those statues. I just kind of tank controlled up against it. And Blade's dick is so big, they're just like, oh, you moved me. Oh, God, that dick's so big. Core module overload. So I have to do this then. Oh, you think PS1 jank is relegated to an emulator? Well, I got news for you. It's not. Maybe it is. I mean, look at look at that butt. Look at that thong. Thank you, Fubar. Thank you, Insidian. Okay. 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 Oh, yeah, just in case you missed that sound at the beginning of the day. Oh, yeah. The best opening thing ever of any game ever. Come on, just boot up the game. Do you think you play 6 to 8 hours of Superman 64 asking for a friend? I will. I absolutely will. If you win the if then or you got 100 a month, you bet. Duck Station. Go, just fucking go. Don't ask me if I... Ugh. Yes, I like it better than the GameCube. GameCube is an honorable mention, but just that... Well, we're off to a good start. That was a great one. Don't get me wrong. But the PlayStation one, I had to hear it so many times. And I think it's because it's ingrained in my memory so many times because of, like, please read the disc. Please read the disc. Please read the disc. I like that your first chat is what looks like a very bad password. Another suspenders guy who is just waiting to fuck my shit into oblivion. These fucking suspenders guys, you gotta be kidding with them. They hit so hard and they move so fucking fast, you gotta be joking with that. Fire the gun! God, they just fuck with you. They're like, hey, you like tank controls? How about top down now for no reason? How you like them apples? Jesus Christ! Fucking suspenders, Gorilla Man! I fucking hate you! Oh my god, I hate him so much! Fucking worst enemy in the game, man. Oh man, I got lucky with that one. Load. Get over here! I don't even know what that did! Core module overload. And then I got to the core module room and nothing seemed to do anything. That room is just, it's just a fucking nightmare. It's just terrible. Have I noticed the color-coded aiming yet? I don't know what you mean by that. I know there's, I mean, when you aim at them and you lock on, they turn green. I noticed if you mean the bubble. Oh, different colors for different ammo effectiveness. Oh, really? I didn't know that, no. So green is good. Just because I don't want to fucking do this fucking shit again. Where's suspenders, guy? Oh, did I not press the button? That means I'm fucked. Oh, it's just a glyph? Oh, okay. I don't give a shit about that. Well, I'm right. We're not fucking doing that shit. God, it takes me forever to get my fucking gun out and start firing. That's what you do to those guys. That's how you get them. 1 HP, let's go. Now, if I were a game developer, I would definitely put a save spot, like, right out here. But I'm not a game developer, so there is not one. There! That's how you do those guys. You punch them. Apparently. Oh, you fucking cunt. I can't believe they put it behind so many things. That's a fucking terrible save. Zeke, we've just invented a time machine. Oh, you can only go back once. Am I hearing correctly? You like go back and tell the devs you had a save spot there? Got it. You're set, buddy. See you in 1999. Yay. Okay. Worth it. 1999 was a great year. Dude, fuck this whole room. This room sucks a giant ass. Fuck me, dude. What the fuck are they thinking with this shit? Yeah, one suspenders guy is enough. Two, give me a fucking break with this. You basically just gotta memorize every enemy location. Hit him so hard the music stopped. God damn, dude. That was so good, I'm gonna fucking save that shit and not even look twice. That's it. Laser battery. Good amount of medikits. Oh. Bloop. Hit the elevator. Now, come on. Now, come on. All right. You got to go buddy. All right. My Bubba got to go buddy. My boy let me know he had to go outside, go pee-pee. So we're going to take our last break of the day. We'll come back and play some more. Thanks for playing the game of my choice. Had some good laughs and enjoyed the trip down memory lane. Well, I'm glad you're liking it, Vincent. I'm going to keep going. I got another couple hours. We'll see how long I last. But we're going to take the puppies out for a break. Obviously, they need one. I'll be right back. Okie dokie, let's keep on a trucking here. Yeah, I've resorted to using save states on this game because this game is just, I mean, it's unforgiving. And this is how they added length back in the day. Right? There's a load state button. I just don't know what it is. I don't know if I've collected all the parts that I need for this, but there we go. And now we have all the things we need to move on. Thank you for the congrats on my sub-anniversary, guys. Or not my sub-anniversary, my stream-anniversary. Streamerversary. Yeah, that's what I should have been doing the whole time. Is just slicing them up with the sword. I had better free Whistler first. Yes, I had better do that. Oh, free Whistler first, then... Wait, is Whistler through here? Oh, okay. Three hits! 3 hits, those fucking suspender guy. Almost full health, 3 hits. Done. Dead. Fuck you. Eat shit. Old game. Dick in your mouth and like it. Dick in your mouth and like it. See, look at that. That is just fucking, that's fucked. That is stupid fucked. How few hits it takes for them to get your fucking health all the way down. That's right, guys. You just heard Zeke's new catchphrase for Catchphrase Tuesdays. Dick in your mouth and like it. Be sure to vote on which catchphrase is the best at our end of the year catchphrase-a-thon. Vin's giving a sub to Dick in your mouth. Fucking hell, there's a fucking save right here. Man, they just don't give them to you. Like, if you don't see it, you don't see it. And you can go through that entire fucking prison, or this entire prison, without ever seeing that. Okay. Okay. Maybe this is one of those dudes that's fisties. Maybe I just fisticuff him and see what happens. Oh, this guy is fucking Horus farming on me. What the fuck? What the fuck? He doesn't even regard me as a threat. Okay, so no. So fisticuffs, no. So it's gonna have to be a big gun of some sort. What could I use on this guy? Maybe? They fell through the grate in the floor. Fucking grenades fell through the grate in the floor.
This game is a cut above the rest. Are we sure Zeke is sharp enough to beat this game? Okay, sorry those jokes were a little dull. I'll cut it out.
Thank you. Yeah, see, even at full health, he only takes a couple hits to hit me, to kill me. Thank you, Pete. Very nice jokes. Thank you for the 31 months. I don't know. I don't think I have any weapons that like actually stun this guy at all. Yeah, this guy, I have no idea what to do to him. Try the machine, just the wait, machine pistol, how about, yeah, carbon? Well, he took an entire magazine, but it worked pretty all right.
Zeke seems to be dying a lot. Has anybody told him that he can just get good to fix that?
Thank you, Tomadon. And also, Vincent, thank you for giving us up to fuck Scott. Fuck him. Fuck Scott. This guy reminds me of the head mutant in Dark Knight Returns from the comic. Yeah, I can't run away and then turn around because tank controls. Maybe silver bullets in the machine pistol? Yeah. Let's try that. I got 192 of them. That's nice.
Lay down your weapons. It is not too late
for my mercy.
Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart. Look upon the heart. Oh, 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 I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Zarathar.
Great success.
Thank you. We did it. Uh-oh. Fucking got you, Whistler. I kicked open the fucking door.
What took you? I've been busy. You been polishing the floor with your ass all this time?
Hell no. This place is some kind of goddamn United Nations for bloodsuckers.
Tell me about it.
Some Haitian suckheads in town, they've been setting up some goddamn freak show ceremony upstairs.
Faustinas.
Voodoo suckheads. Kobe Jitsu, too. You mind explaining?
I'll fill you in later. We're going to need some transport out of here. You think you can fix it without me having to rescue your ass again?
Upstairs is the ceremonial chambers. Weird shit is up. So you watch your tail, I'll watch mine.
Oh, Twitch is shit in the bed for some people. I'm sorry. Hopefully the VOD will be okay. If you want to watch it later. I don't know if this music is copywritten, but... A coagulant is a full heal, which is nice. Alright, just in case they do some fucking shenanigans. There we go. Or not. There, Jesus. Okay. Lucky I had that out.
think Zcadogoff broke Twitch.
It might
So
have, yeah.
Berry instead.
Yeah, I heard people are having problems with Twitch right now, which sucks, obviously. Okay. I know I busted in on their workout. They seem to be going fine without me. They were just doing laps, and I just decided to mow them down with my gun. Encore.
Blade has no good
Encore! Blade has no good music until 2? What? Everybody's loving this music, you kidding? Are we talking about the game? Or practice? Talking about practice. Okay. Did they sneak a fucking puzzle in here? Oh, there's a guy. There's a button in the pit? Oh, it just that opens the pool? Thank you, Woo Wizard. Oh, there was a button on the wall. Oh, okay. There's a button on the wall up there that opens the pool. Okay. It's called the clitoris. Oh, is that a button I didn't see? Oh. Weird. That was far too big to be a button. Thank you for all the congrats on my streamiversary. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole.
Not enough to make you vampires.
Okay. There might be some shenanigans just in case. Let's hedge our bets here. Okay. That looks like a save. Okay. All right. This looks like some sort of something. Oh, the priestess. Oh, is immune to my attacks? They fucking changed all the controls around, man. Like, it's this fixed camera tank controls bullshit. I have no idea how to control this. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. I can't even see where I am. Yes, I'm aware. Thank you. It's like it got this weird like auto target. It makes me run towards her for some reason. And not at the other guys on the outside. I think I'm supposed to make them shoot the thing, this thing. There, like that. Maybe. Oh my fucking God. I don't get it. Yeah, see, that hurt. It. There. Yep. Oh my God. Fuck, dude. They do not make this easy. Delicia with 70 months. Thank you, Delicia.
One step closer to 100.
Just going, I mean, honestly, going around in a circle with tank controls is fucking nightmarish, man. There we go. Okay. Okay. Whistler grabbed me, took me out.
Hang on in there, man.
Hang on in there, man. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Am I Whistler now? Oh my God. Hold on a second. I'm gonna do Fucking, they didn't even give me a save in between this shit.
I jack off into my mouth. 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 I guess we're gonna have to.
It's close,
sit here and
Spencer.
listen to how much I jack off into my own mouth for the next 5 minutes.
Does it sink though?
It's pretty close. Oh, he only has a shotgun. Okay. Money, money.
Nice groove.
It sounds like a lot like the game of Zara. The person who did the music for this did Command and Conquer and Blade Runner and more. Wow, nice. Fucking about fucking time. You gotta be kidding me. The last save was before the boss fight. Can you do us a favor real quick and say I jack off into my mouth? I jack off into my mouth. I jack off into my mouth. Jack, 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 jack. I jack off into my mouth. I jack off into my mouth. Jack, 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 jack. Mouth, 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 mouth. Jack off into my own mouth. Mouth, 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 mouth. I jack off into my own mouth. Jack, 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 jack. Mouth, 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 jack. Is that good? Seriously? Toll Booth Willie with a big old 5 gift bomb to Bear Claw 35 Alfie Avalon, Jay Dudley, Opie Wootwee, and Super Pinch.
Hey, Overseekers!
Thank you. Worth. I'm glad you liked it. Well, that's his jump. He headbutts, I guess. Okay. So there's one of those guys. Yeah, 2 hits, not very fair. Not fun or fair. Yeah, see, I can hit him with like crits all day. He just comes up and kicks me twice and I'm done. The fuck am I supposed to do with that? What is this dad 1, 2, 3 shit? That's the second time, first time Chatter has done that. Is this bots? Get the fuck out of here, bots! So that guy chased me the whole way. I get to the door and he fucking still kills me. I don't know what I'm like. Am I supposed to be able to kill this fucking guy? There's another first time chatter. What is happening? Thank you, Manny. I don't have any of those. It wouldn't even let me in the fucking door! There's like a little lip and Whistler can't jump! Whistler does this when he jumps. He does a headbutt. So that didn't work. Oh, the blood. Oh, and the door closed. Yep, nope, it's not a jump. Oh, okay, so I have a coagulant, I guess. Yeah, and I can't change weapons. All I have is the shotgun. I'm Whistler. Okay. I'm gonna finish this game. We're just gonna save state until we finish it. How many years now? For me personally, like, I started like on Justin TV in 2010, but I started streaming on Twitch in 2012, I want to say. So 14 years, I believe. Damn, I'm old. You goddamn right. Where was I supposed to bring this blood for Blade? Nope, that's where I came up. Around the cars, down that way. Maybe. I hope. This way? Yeah, this looks right. No, this isn't right. Or is it? It might be. I have a feeling Buttnut's still over there waiting for me since I didn't kill him. Yep, there he is. Yep. Yeah, there's no fucking way I'm supposed to kill that guy. Yeah, I forgot to change shells. You're right. I totally did. Okay, we got him that time. That's good. Save it. There. But now what? Where do I take the blood? I don't even know where the fucking... I don't know where the fuck Blade is. That's locked down now. So I didn't have to come back up here, huh? I could have sworn that's where the elevator dropped me off. Yeah, see, there's the serum again. Through here, isn't it? Yep. Okay, here we go. I didn't have to go all the way back up there. That was just a waste of time that I did. There he is. There's old Blade. Old Blizzade. Oh, I see you played Choice Voicer. I did. It was really broken, though. The program is broken, Zeptic, and it crashed a lot, so.
This to me or what?
Would have been more fun.
What?
This whole...
It's a war. A civil war in the House of Erebus. The Palatine are trying to take out the Dragonetti.
Great. Let them kill each other. Let God sort them out.
Right.
They had us take out the Von Espers at the docks because they knew the Dragonetti were onto them. They needed a distraction.
Why, they transported that thing from the waterfront.
Yeah.
So what is it? How do we kill it?
Dragonetti said the curator at the museum is a familiar of his. He's got something to help us.
You buying that bullshit? Could be a trap, anything.
No, I don't think so. The Dragonetti don't scare easy, and he was scared all right. And in case you didn't notice, that thing kicked my ass back there.
Kicked my ass!
Sweated it with surprises all. Next time, amigo, payback.
Yeah, but we're going to need an edge. You should have seen Chinatown.
It was on the news. They're blaming it on triad gangbangers at the New Year's celebrations.
Unbelievable.
Oh yeah, I'm tracking that shipment that derailed in Chinatown. Should have a destination real soon.
They were moving it out of the city?
Looks that way. I doubt they'd be stupid enough to keep it downtown too long. You serious about hitting the museum? It's getting dark.
As I said, we're gonna need any edge we can get.
I'll keep working. I think I'm close on getting that new toy finished.
Oh, that thing I've been collecting like batteries and lasers and shit for, maybe?
Talk to me.
We're too late. This place is crawling.
The curator?
If he's still here, there's no way he's alive.
So now what?
I'll keep looking. Maybe he stashed whatever he was holding somewhere.
Okay. You need an assist, let me know.
Okay. Didn't look like there was a save state there, so. Or a save. They hid a key card in the vase? You fucking pricks. Check the tomb for switches. Do you have hope the Arcane Lion's Blade will come out even with Xbox cutting the line? No. I do not think it's gonna come out, man. I really don't. Oh, come on, dude. Key card. Lots of loading screens. We love loading. The green key card. Fuck did I get then? Bip. God damn, there's a lot of loading screens in this fucking place. It's already 5 FPS. Thank you, Tricky. Give that to me. Does he not have a key card? That's not it? What's this? I got an amulet. Oh, good. Whatever, man. Sure. Why not?
What is this? On the first night, it came as a child and murdered. When day came, the men searched for it but found nothing. On the second night it came as an ancient and slaughtered all. Men, children, animals. In
but
the
not
day,
women.
It rested again.
But not women.
And the wise one said that should it rise that night, there would be no day.
Exit out with 102,
Party
baby.
hat congrats on your streamiversary.
Cold
Thank
and
you.
unending. Party time.
Oh, party time. Yeah, I'm just using the fucking save states unabashedly now. Oh my god, please! Okay. Come on, bitch. Come on, bitch. And a right, and a right, and another right, and a right, and a right, and a right, and another right, and a right, and a right. Give him a right. Right hand, give him a right hook, right cross, right hook, uppercut, right hand, straight right. There you go. You need the green key card. Give him a right, and a right, and a punch. Oh, you're gonna give him all of them. What the fuck? It worked on the other. Why is it not working on this guy? Oh no. Yeah, see that save state? Oh my fucking god. How could you even play this game back in the day? How could you even do it? Why would you even do it? See how far back that save was? Holy fuck. It worked before, man. Oh, fuck me. Oh, amulet is a usable item, huh? Interesting. That was just fucking bullshit that they set those guys up like that. Fuck you. Okay. The fucking green key card should be down this way. God damn this loading screens! Find the security terminal. That's what I was gonna do. Okay. There we go. Yeah, okay. You fucking little bastards. Fucking looking for a fucking raise. God damn. Okay. Now, there you go. Let me in there. Oh, just a glyph. That can't be all that was for, was a fucking glyph. No! Alright, anybody with game facts, tell me where the fucking green key card is. Because I'm about done with this. I only got 45 minutes left to stream and I want to get as far as I can. I've ever played Men in Black on the PS1? I don't think so. Doesn't ring a bell. Not there. Not that way. There it is. Got it. Bingo. Oh, MIB was the first game you broke a controller on? Oh, you never forget your first, man. I still haven't found a fucking save spot since Whistler's part, since Whistler's section. You gotta be kidding me. Can't believe that fucking works. Thanks, Poop Doctor. You're hilarious, fucking goddamn it! Yeah, if you don't go out, this works like a real elevator. If you don't go out the elevator doors quickly, you're just shit out of luck, man. Where am I going? Loading. No, 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 no. Not this way. There's a fucking tank. What the fuck am I supposed to do? So why does the other guy get fucking stun locked, but this guy doesn't? Gotta hit him from the ass or the side. There you go. Now we locked him in. Now he's locked into a death fucking spiral. Yeah, there we go. And that's how you do that, I guess. The silver really does a good job. And the corner stick is pretty nice. No, the soundtrack does hit. It's a very nice soundtrack. Thank you, Bear Blood. Dude. I still have not found a new save. I still have not seen a new save, man. Like a new save spot since Whistler's part. That can't be right. I must have missed something. Oh, there was a save by the green key card? Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. Stop making me shoot dogs in video games. Okay, there we go. 624. Yeah. Thank you, Cat Magic. Cat Magic Man. Oh, God. Hey, there's the Dragonetti glyph. Oh, hey, I'm a Dragonetti. Okay. Yeah, everybody forgot about this game apparently. Jesus fucking Christ, those guys. They just fucking put their gun in your face and they stun lock you and they just blap, 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 blap. Oh my fucking god, I love tank controls. I fucking love them, Vincent. Vincent, I love tank controls. Have I told you recently that I love fixed cameras and tank controls? Because boy, I fucking do. No, I keep going to the same fucking doors. I don't even know. There it is. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think so. Oh, okay. What? What? It was just a shitty machine pistol? This doesn't give me any fucking progress? Thank you, Lebsy. Nope. Oh, that's backwards. See, he's just unloading in my fucking face! And I can't do shit! Apparently. Look at that. Fucking save spot. I don't give a shit about it anymore. Oh, what the fuck is this guy? fucking shit is just driving me fucking batty. It's a missing member of the Blue Man Group. Oh my God, it's him. Holy shit, I need his autograph. Don't go that way. Blue. It's color coordinated somehow. And he one-shots me, apparently. Okay, he sprays poop out of his groin, and it's red bloody poop, and it kills me. Okay. Blue, okay. So I see the color coded as blue. Hit him. have no more heals. Okay. Oh, that did it. Oh, hey, there it worked. I guess whatever happened, I get it just silver, I guess. I don't fucking know. Sure. The amulet might have done it? I really don't know.
You looking for an out?
Good timing, man.
This heavy rain got the water levels up all over the sewer system.
Storm drains, huh?
You got it. Like a goddamn river.
Fucking river, motherfucking
ready.
do it.
Get yourself
I'm
down
Whistler.
and out of there.
I'm on it.
I'm on it. The save spot's right there, you fucking prick. Goddamn asshole. There's at least 2 games with Blade in the title. Got him. Okay. The fuck, man? That dog's gonna kill me! pet that dog! Oh, that dog's gonna kill me! Oh, damn it! Can I pet that dog? Damn, it's like 1-to-1 with the movie, right, Witwix? I can't tell the difference. There's no discernible difference between this and the fucking movies. It's crazy. Oh, you fucking move out. Get the fuck. Oh my. Get out of that thing. Okay, I'm done. I am done. Yes, I want to exit the application. All right, that is it for me today. I'm done. I gave it my best shot. I tried to complete it, but the game is just got so much bullshit, man. So much bullshit. Anyways, that's gonna do it for me today. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you, Vincent, for choosing that piece of shit game. Holy moly, what a turd. 6 hours, 7 hours, and I am good on that game. Am I gonna come back and finish it? Probably not. I'm just gonna let you know right now. I don't care to play that anymore. I got my taste and I'm good on that. Tomorrow, though, we're gonna finish up Knights of the Old Republic 2, Revenge of the Sith Lord, the Revenge of the Shit Lord, whatever it is. We're gonna finish that up tomorrow. So if you want to come out for that, do that. And then Thursday, we're big walking. And then Friday, I don't know what I'm doing on Friday. We'll see, though. But for now, I'm out of here. Thank you guys for being here. Hope you guys had a good time. One more thanks to Vincent for the generosity and for winning the If Then.
And until next time, for all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zekonia, this is me, Zeke, saying... See ya!